All right. Oh, I see. I did not really prepare properly for all this. Okay, you're watching Call Up for Two. It's Monday evening, late night, about midnight here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for an unusual late night, short notice session where we're beginning our playthrough of Etherfields. Let me just check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. A little bit of discussion about why Jonathan Warner was interested in trying Etherfields. Boy, this is really just not the way these things should be done. All right. This session, let me talk a little bit. You can get the theme here, the approach. This is going to be a relaxed stream where we sort of learn the rules together. I mean, I have read through the rule book, but there are some details here to be figured out. We're going to talk about it. We're not committed to playing this game for a whole long campaign, so it's going to be more of an exploration of Etherfields, a little bit of a discussion about what we think of it, how it compares. We'll learn how to play together, and we'll decide as we go how much of Etherfields we want to keep playing. So consider this a sort of informal playthrough. Now, I want to talk about where Etherfields fits in to the world of these campaign games, why we're playing it. But let's do a little bit of catch up on other stuff. There are some interesting rumblings in the board game YouTube space recently, some controversies that I'm curious if those of you who watch YouTube board game world, there's a term for that. I'm trying to, anyway. There's this whole thing with Sam Healey and the Dice Tower, and then Rodney Smith put out a video that looks like a hostage negotiation video, talking about parting ways with collaborators who were gaming the YouTube views by buying views and then selling ads on the Watch It Played channel to publishers with per view, so inflating the costs. It's a very odd thing. But I do like to take the opportunity every time one of these controversies come up to remind everyone how really distorted the incentives here in the board game space and YouTube are. I mean, it's a very weird, chummy relationship between board game reviewers and content creators and publishers. They're all friends. They're selling free games for positive coverage or paid tutorials, or even these channels that are doing half the time they're supposed to be doing unbiased reviews, and then the other half the time they're doing Kickstarter paid previews, but they look like reviews, and how all the incentives are to heap praise on these games so that they can make money from them. It's really a kind of ugly thing, and I encourage you to instead directly support the channels that you like through Patreon or whatever. And I want to take the opportunity to remind you I have no relationship with any company on this channel. There have never been ads on this channel for 5 years now. It's always ad-free. I turn off the ads. I don't take any money. I don't take free copies of games. So we are doing this together, you and I, as cleanly as we possibly can. And it makes me very happy to not be embroiled in this mess of conflict of interest. Now that actually segues interestingly to Etherfields, because Etherfields is one of these big Kickstarter games that came out somewhere in 2021 or so and delivered previews to reviewers. It got huge amount of praise. And then at some point, the players of Etherfield, the people who received Etherfield, it got released in sort of 2 waves, and it divided players. But I would say generally, perhaps, I'm not sure if this is 100% accurate, maybe you can tell me, but I think generally that the take on the game after it delivered its first wave was a little on the negative side. So there are a bunch of reviewers that I watch that I trust, and many of them said things along the lines of Etherfields could have been great, or I loved it, but I didn't love it, things like that. And it seemed like perhaps much of the criticism had to do with it feeling too grindy, too much time spent sort of going through the motions of these fights just to slowly upgrade and feeling like it was dragging out the playtime of the campaign. This is a campaign game. You're supposed to play many sessions until you resolve it at the end. There were extra Kickstarter bonus campaigns, but you could be looking at 40, 50, 60 hours of playtime here. And it looks like the creators of Etherfields, between the delivery of Wave 1 stuff and bonus stuff, took to heart some of the criticism now and released a modified rulebook and some alternate ways to play to reduce the grind. Now, of course, all of the reviewers had already written their reviews because they got those out right at the start as soon as they could, so there's not that much content reviewing whether the changes significantly improve the game. I have seen a couple of posts on Board Game Geek where people are split between whether they like the original rules better than the new rules. It seems to me that the people who like the old rules are people who are making this like a lifestyle game. They want the full 70-hour experience, grinding away. I am not a fan of a combat grindy stuff. I do not like those kinds of video games where you're spending 30 hours fighting to level up your character a little bit. So I am attracted to these streamlined rules. But I do think we're also going to approach this game a little more flexibly than we might normally do it. I think a little more willing to bend the rules if it does feel a little grindy, if it does feel like it's not progressing. This is not a game that I'm all in on experiencing it in some pure fashion. So we'll see. And as I said in the introduction, I'm not committed to playing through this whole long 60-hour campaign, mainly because unlike most of the games we play on this channel, this one didn't catch my eye as something that I'm dying to play. The reason we're playing this is because of a post by Jonathan Warner on the Co-op for Two Guild on Board Game Geek. Jonathan Warner made a post and he said, here are some non-mystery games that I'm particularly interested in. And he listed a couple of odd games, a little hard to get hold of, some of them. But one of them was Etherfields, which I'm a little curious about. And I read mixed, I didn't read detailed reviews of everything, but I read enough to know that some people love it, some people are lukewarm, and a lot of people are torn. But the thing that made me really decide that we should try it is a discussion of how it's a little bit like an escape room. Like, there are scenarios that occasionally are a little bit puzzly. So I thought we'd give it a try. Let's see here what the chat has to say so far. So Jonathan was saying why he was interested. He said the dream setting and similar elements of Seven Citadel, Time Stories, escape room games. Nassar is mentioning Heredity. So there are pieces of this game that very much look like it's a Seven Citadel Heredity vibe, in that we're building tiles, and then you can interact on those tiles, and when you interact, you read a story element. So each scenario brings out new tiles that you explore, discover the world, and then go do one-off story-based interactions with the map. And I'll describe everything we have here. So this is going to be a long session, and we'll see what we think of it. We'll play as much of it as we want to. What if you get really into it? Will you do a whole campaign? Yeah, I mean, we've played full 60-hour campaigns of Seven Citadel. If we enjoy it, we will play the full campaign and record every playthrough over the course of months. It's going to largely depend, I think, on Jonathan, but we'll see. Misty says, been a crazy 6 weeks. John says, I saw the post in the Discord about the Watch It Play. The YouTube channel boost thing was weird to me. How are the channels getting inflated if no one wants to watch them? Because you can basically pay YouTube. One might think that, oh, people watch the channels that appeal to them, and so how can you affect that? But that's not how it works. Whether it's Facebook or YouTube, all of these services offer ways to pay the company, pay YouTube to put your video in front of people. And you could pay arbitrary amounts. If you paid $1,000, YouTube will force your video down the throat of 10,000 people. And you could pay for subscribers as well. Now, whether the whole scam was that this channel was paying YouTube to put the video in front of people who probably won't want to watch the full thing. So what it does is inflates the number of people who start watching the video because YouTube puts it in people's feeds, puts it on their front page. If you think that the videos that are showing up on your front page of YouTube are sort of organically what YouTube thinks you might like, that's not quite right. It's sort of like half what they think you might like and half what they're paid to put in front of you. So it's really a kind of scummy whole world here. I love that we are in our own little corner, escaped from the nonsense and the paid stuff. All right. Now, Jonathan is interested in this dream world, and Anna has joined us as well and says she's also finds this intriguing. So let's talk now about Etherfields. What is the story behind Etherfields? I'm not sure I fully appreciate it, but essentially we are dreamers. And we are in this dream land, and we're going to enter dreams where there's, you know, a little bit of surrealistic stuff going on. We'll encounter entities and creatures we have to combat, but also mysteries. And as I understand it, the sort of framing for this is that we're trying to discover who we are, but I think it's not 100% clear what's going on. We're going to look through the rules. There is an introductory scenario that's going to teach us a little bit how to play, and that's what we're going to play through. There is an app that was written by a third-party sort of volunteer community that will let us read the story stuff a little bit easier, much like when we play Vantage. We are going to choose a character to play for the campaign together, so this will all be a very gentle, slow introduction to the whole thing. It is a deck-building game, so much of the mechanic of what we'll be doing over the course of the campaign and in each game is building a deck of cards that we can customize and then use to complete objectives, etc. Okay, let us open up the rulebook. No, before we open up the rulebook, we've got some stuff to look at. So, I purchased Etherfields secondhand on eBay. I believe it turns out that the person I purchased it from never played it, but bought it used from someone else who had played through some of it. So I'm going to show you what I bought, and so you get a feel for what we have available to us. The copy I bought is from the second wave, and they did revise the rulebook. This is the revised rulebook and the revised little brochure that came with version 2 that talked about the changes that they made. which they describe are all optional. So they made some changes to this overworld map that is supposed to reduce some of the grind. They added this mode that makes it not as brutal if you fail. And they added a new way to save and restore the game that feels more like a just remember where you were and continue. A little bit like Seven Citadel. The original save game was basically like you put everything away and you reset some of the stuff. The new optional way basically just has you record your state on a piece of paper. So this was the new way to save the game, which I think we will probably be doing all of the version 2 stuff. So I've already swapped out the new Dream World map, and I guess we'll do this if we fail a mission. Okay, I have some printouts that third-party people have made to remind us of the rules if we get lost. I suspect that it will be a little bit of a rough start in the beginning, but then we'll get the hang of it. This was the envelope that the new stuff came in. So here were this was the original rule book compared to the new rule book. And I believe a major change is a simplification for getting started with your first game. Okay, so we'll just put this out of the way for here. All right, so we've got our rule book, we've got our guide. It is a bit of a table hog, but I have done my best to set up a table where most of the stuff fits. When we play a scenario, it will mostly be done here. This is actually a play mat. It's a neoprene mat that's been cut up. I cut it up. I have not done that before, but a whole bunch of posts on Board Game Geek, people who did it or bought an alternative horizontal mat, because the original mat is super tall and narrow, and that just doesn't work for us. So I have cut up the map and used this little black binding tape to cover up the frayed edges. So this was all originally one big tall map. This area here is when we're in the outer world. Probably we won't be using this that much. We've got place for items here, place for our turn deck here, a place for something here, couple decks of cards here, flaws or fate, and a time tracker here, and this is where we'll spend most of our time, and here is where our player board will be. So we will experiment with views and try to make everything visible. I do have a couple of scenes. We know we've got the close-up view here of cards and character, and then I have created a couple of alternative views. When we're using the app, you can see that on the screen, and then this if we want a close-up of the map. So I think we're going to be okay here, although you can see it's not, well, it'll be okay. All right, let us go through the rules together. I wonder if we have anyone on the channel who's played Etherfields, who's a fan of Etherfields. Sometimes we do get such people. Remember not to give us any spoilers, but I'd be very grateful for any other assistance if we mess up any rules, etc. Otherwise, let's start going through the rule book a little and just learn. Oh no, I said I was going to show you what I bought, didn't I? Okay. So like most Kickstarter games, there were lots of add-ons and variations you could buy. I've tried to, over the years, get better about not buying everything. So there were a whole bunch of little optional stuff and expansions for Etherfields. I ended up buying a set that included some, but not everything. So let me just show you what I got here. So here is the base set. the miniatures, there are a bunch of miniatures in this game. The miniatures are Sundrop. That just means, if you're not familiar with that term, that they've got this wash applied to them, this shading that colors them a little. Now, I'm not a huge fan. I don't really care much about miniatures. Maybe that's because they don't show all that well on a top-down view, which is what we mostly play. Look at this little penguin guy. But we will play with these for the most part. And then we've got some more miniatures in there, including some big giant ones. Now, some people love this stuff, right? Some people, I mean, it does make a difference when you're sitting, when it's out on the board, perhaps. But when we're playing it on YouTube together, it doesn't make that much of a difference. So I tend not to worry about it that much. We've got the tile maps, big square maps that are going to make our tiles. We've got our normal cards and some secret cards. So here is the base set. Now, in addition, in the set that I purchased was this box of creatures, which I gather are alternative miniatures that the game would normally has tiles for, but if you want to, you can bring out the actual creatures here. Now, I just don't know. The thing is, if it's top down, you really can't see it. And front, I guess you can see it a little. I mean, maybe I need another camera angle, which is showing it at a sort of 3/4 angle. But for us, it's really not that useful to have these miniatures. But maybe when we fight someone and meet someone for the first time, we'll get a good view of them. So that's the miniatures. And then I did get one of the main expansion, I guess. Where is... Okay, so the most common expansion box was this box, Harpy and She-Wolf Campaign. So it's a full additional campaign or two with its own set of materials, miniatures and cards. What's the chance that we're going to end up playing this? Pretty slim. But it is available if we wanted to play it. Then there are a couple more campaigns that I did not buy and didn't worry about. But Jonathan said he wanted to play it, so I thought we'd give ourselves the best chance at enjoying it. But I am okay with if we decide this is not for us. Okay. Delia says, I bought the miniature pack to paint them because they were gorgeous. I didn't play it. Are you saying you didn't buy it at all? You just bought the miniatures? Or are you saying you bought the entire set but haven't played it? Okay. Let's quickly skim through the rules. I have read them. We're not going to read them together like we sometimes do here, but we will go through the rule book together just so I can recap everything here. So we've got 4 characters that we're going to pick which one to play. And then we've got a couple other tokens that are just for the first player or the team. And then we've got alternate versions of our characters when we're having a lucid dream. This really seems overkill, but all right, whatever. And then we've got perhaps the creatures we will meet in the core campaign. We've got 4 dreamer boards and lucid dreamer boards. So the way this game works is up to 4 players, or 5 if you have an expansion, and then each player would choose a character who plays differently with their own different deck. We're going to be playing solo. We will only be playing 1 character, so we're going to decide if we want to play the tough guy, the gambler, the free spirit, or the specialist. And then these are alternate versions of their cards when they're having a lucid dream. Do you need new boards for that. Do the boards have any, do they have any information you need? Not really. Just overkill in production, but we will choose one of these people to play in a bit. And I think we have a good idea of who we're going to pick as well. Okay, then we've got these masks. This is a weird part of this game, but essentially, as we play, the game is going to introduce these to us. And these masks that we play, that we discover in our dream, give us little abilities. And we're not supposed to really know what these abilities are yet. The game is going to teach us all of this. But the game is really about being in this dream world. All right, we've got our influence decks. Per character has their own starting deck. Little reminder cards, items we can buy. 4 secret decks that we don't get out till the story tells us. Market cards we can buy. Turn cards. We'll see how all of that works when we go. Okay, so then there are all of the scenarios are these secret cards that we get out and control how we play a game. That's why I said it sort of looks a little, I mean, it's got that 7th Citadel Heredity, 7th Continent vibe where we're bringing out cards and building a map as we go. All right, let's just see what else we've got here. Ether markers, distress markers, universal markers. Boy, those look similar, but all right. So here is our ether and our distress when bad things happen to us, etc. Most of this, we know how it works, but a whole bunch of these items are just per scenario, like it'll tell you how they work. So there's some dice. I don't like the trailer talking about the roll of luck here, so I'm a little bit, whenever I see the dice, I get uncomfortable, but we'll see how it goes. We've got some keys. I'll explain how all of these work as we play them. We have these weird sign markers. We don't know how they're used. I think whoever we pick as our character, they're going to have their own individual storyline and story that will get revealed as we go. The scripts book is this book here. So just to give you an idea of how the story works, as we do things in through this campaign, we're going to be instructed to read paragraphs. Quite a few. And that's the part that this app will probably do for us, very similar to Vantage, where instead of looking it up in the book, we can look it up on the app, and that also corrects typos, etc. All right, so let's look at how to choose characters and how to set up the game. And we'll just read this little overview. Etherfields is a narrative cooperative deck building campaign game for 1 to 4 players set in a fantastical world where a series of unique, surreal dreamscapes await exploration. The players take on the role of dreamers, and throughout the course of the campaign, they discover their forgotten pasts and desperate missions. So maybe each of us has some trauma, and we're entering this dream world to learn about ourselves and fix this trauma. Etherfields is an evolving game, and as such, some of the rules will not be found within this rulebook. These will be explained as they are introduced gradually. If this is your first time playing the game, choose a dreamer character. Otherwise, go to game setup. So one of the things they did with the second edition is there's a lot of rules that we don't have to worry about on our first play. But choosing a dreamer is something we have to do. Each player chooses one of the dreamers below to play, takes the dreamer's corresponding influence deck. Okay, so we're going to choose one of these 4. There's actually 2 more characters. One I don't have because you had to buy the 5th player expansion to get. That was someone I think who wanted to do a lot of fighting. And then there is another character in this box called Thorn Knight, which was an odd character. I don't think they even have a board though, so I don't really know how that works. We're going to choose one of these 4. Jonathan and Warner and I were already talking about what seems most appropriate, so I think I know the answer to this, but let's just look at these ourselves. The gambler is a good choice if you like to play with fate and roll dice. The gambler often relies on luck. That's like the absolute opposite of what I want to play. So we are not playing the gambler. Here's the character that I think we are going to play, the specialist. The specialist is an expert engineer, craftsman. He relies on using progress cards, which provide constant bonuses during the game, and slowly builds a powerful game engine. Don't care about that part, but this is the part I like. He chooses peaceful discourses and in-depth analysis over fast or brutal solutions. He has gathered more knowledge than the rest of the dreamers altogether. He's a leader. So to me, this feels like the style we like to play. Spend lots of time analyzing, discussing, talking to, and interacting with creatures rather than trying to fight them. And we've got the opposite. We've got the tough guy, tenacious and resilient. He prefers simple actions, mostly using brute force. He doesn't like prattling and thinking a problem over and over, but you may rely on him when you're in trouble. He won't hesitate to go as far as sacrificing himself. He may look grim, but he's rather cool and composed until something unleashes his fury. So I like that it's a straightforward character, but not that it's all about fighting. Now here's the other character that somewhat appeals to me. The free spirit likes to bend the rules, even the basic rules of the game. She can't accept any barriers or laws, and she navigates her own path. She identifies with her soul and consciousness. She treats her physical body as something less important. Sometimes she acts rather childish. So this is a cool looking miniature too, but I think it's the specialist matches the way that we like to play these games the best. So that's what I suggest we play. And Jonathan Warner agrees. So that's what we're going to play. We're going to play the specialist here. Where is my screen? Okay. So here is our player board for the specialist. This is just visually to help us remember that our influence deck goes here, our discard goes here, we put progress here, we keep track of our ether and our distress here. And he's got some weird poles, engineering poles. And on the back, just a little piece of art. Okay, so this is our character. All right, let's look at the rest of setup here. Remember, we only need the green for the first time. Place the game board. Okay. We can skip the rest of this stuff. Each dreamer places their chosen dreamer board, influence cards, miniature, and basic action card in front of them. Okay, so this is going to go here. And let us get out our cards here. So here is our starting influence deck. The backs of each character's influence deck are the same for every card, but each character has a different special ability on the back of these cards. As long as this card is on the top of your deck, you can perform this action. Discard this card and unflip one card of any dreamer within range. Okay, that seems like it would help if you're playing with a bunch of players, but that's basically just going to help ourselves. And unflipping a card is our progress card. So it's just going to make it easier for him to keep his progress cards always ready to use. So this is his deck. We'll look at this in a minute. This would go over here. And then this is just our player aid, reminding us of what actions we can take. We'll go over these before we start. Let's continue with setup though. Okay. We take the chosen Dreamer board, influence card, miniature, and basic action card. Okay, the basic action card is this, but we do need our miniature. Assuming we are going to play with our miniature. So here are the characters. So this is us. I am tempted to go get out some of my Painted Mansions of Madness character and use one of them just so because it's painted. Might be a little easier to see, but okay, this is our character. I mean, I suppose we should get a good look at him. All right, he's an engineer. He's got all his gear set up. He's walking on stilts. I guess that's what they are. They're stilts. And a jacket with some feathers, feathery stuff. He's got his goggles. He's got some stilts that have some hooks on them and stuff. Yes, the rules do let us swap dreamers between dreams if we change our mind about it. Or if we just want to explore other stuff. All right, dreamer boards. Okay, it's just showing us where we put things moving along. Okay, now next step. We've got our turn cards, our fate cards. Okay, so let's get those out from here. So here's our turn cards. I think there's 12 of them. They basically look the same, but they change the order in which the enemies activate and which activations. So this is when the enemy moves, and this triggers the effects. They each have a suit that could change things. All right, so the turn cards go, I guess, here and should be shuffled. Okay, that's the turn disc. Sorry, you can't see that. There's the turn discard slot. The fate cards are here. These I have no idea how they work. I don't think the game expects us to know yet. These go on to this file here. The flaw cards again get shuffled and go on the flaw deck. Okay, these are going to be negative cards that are going to gum up our hand. What do they look like? The art style in this game is quite appealing in an interesting surrealistic way. We'll take a closer look at it as we play. Okay, so we've set out those decks. We're skipping most of this. This will all be for the subsequent games. Dice, tokens, and markers near the board. You can't see, but I have some 3D printed little trays that I've arranged everything in, and those are off the table to give us a little more room. Okay, now place the hour counter at the corresponding hour of the clock based on the number of dreamers. So the hour marker, I believe, is this little gold one here. You can't see it here. Okay, so where is that marker? The rules say, look, you don't really need to use this. You could use a counter. So I guess the idea is if you're a single player, this is supposed to go on 5, and we move it along as we go. But we might decide to use something else to keep track of time, of rounds like this. Something that's a little easier, but we'll start it out there. Okay, 1 player, 5 hours. Then it says, if this is your first game, you're ready to start the game. Familiarize yourself with the rest of this page, then resolve this tile. Okay, so we are set up and ready to play. I have read this, but we will read this through together so you guys know what to expect very quickly. Let's see if we can't get this here. Okay. Following elements in the box, influence, item market. If this is your first game, the item market is empty. It's going to walk us through most of this here. So again, the green is guidance for the first time. A little reminder about revealing. If it says to reveal, we get it out and put it in its slot. If it gives it's just a letter, it means comes from the current dream. That's fine. Okay, there will be many references to dreams and slumbers. Dreams are confined larger adventures. The slumbers are the short, mini, grindy stuff. So the dreams are the part we're going to like, and the slumbers are little mini games that we probably won't enjoy that much. Special deck. And then here, if we zoom out further to a bird's eye global perspective, our dreamers collectively as a group navigate the dream world map in order to gain passage into dreams. So basically, we're going to have an overworld dream world map that's going to be here, which we will travel. And once we go inside a dream, then we'll pop out and have a full encounter. And then it's just reminding us here that the book of scripts is going to tell us the story. If there's a multiple choice, we will decide. The cards always take precedence over the rules. The slash means an or, and then just to give you some idea, there is a big, long rule book, which we are not going to go through together, but I have read. But I'm sure we'll have to refer to it as we go. So, but it seems like, and there's our reference at the back. It seems like we are ready to start this here. I think we can put some of this stuff out of the way. We are not going to need most of this. And we won't need these other character boards, at least for now. We'll keep the rules handy. I do think we should take a look at our deck to see what kinds of cards we have before we get started. Let's take a look here. All right, and I'll tell you what I remember of the way these cards work. Upper right is the cost to purchase the card. We've already purchased it though, so I don't think we need to worry about that. Cards are dual use. You can either use them for this influence here, and they come in 3 types, this red, this yellow, and this green. The rules explain, and I want to read that to you because it's sort of kind of important. The green is awareness related to conversation, observation, understanding, and technology. The yellow is cunning, movement, cleverness, avoidance, deception, and the red is wrath, physical effort, fighting. So basically, as we're moving through the map, there'll be costs associated with actions. Like if you want to fight someone, you might need a certain number of reds. Or if you want to have some conversation with something on the map, you might need to spend green. So we're gonna have a hand of these at any given time, maximum hand size of 6, and we'll be able to spend these. So we could spend these 2 for 4 yellow, etc. We'll do all that as we get to it. Alternatively, instead of using cards for its influence here, you can do the stuff that's down here. Some of the cards are just like this. You would just use this as a one-time action. Instead of as this, you could use it and do this. Steal this card, discard any active item to restore one chosen item. All right, that's a little bit convoluted, but basically they're going to have items we have. There's a thing of sealing cards. You basically take this card and put it out of your deck away. You don't have access to it anymore. So that's a major mechanic of the game, is choosing to seal cards to put them out of your deck away. It's bad because you don't have access to it anymore. And it's bad because when you run out of cards in your deck, you have to suffer a penalty to refresh it. But that powers up some of the abilities. And then our character especially likes these progress cards. So when a card is in your hand, a progress card, you can't use this ability. You have to put it out. You have to spend 4 of the red influence to put this card down here, and now it's ready to be used. Now whenever we want, we can use this ability, the mechanical shotgun ability, which says discard 1 blue gem charge from this card, or flip it to gain a progress of the red. We'll go into what that means later. If this is an assault action, increase its range to 3. Okay, so in other words, we can build cards down below us, which we can then use over and over again. So it's hard to get it out, but once it's out, you can use it as much as you want. And we apparently have a bunch of those. Okay, seal this card to gain this. So basically a one-time use to get you 3. If you're in a place where the player, where the enemies spawn. So on the board are going to be these pink spaces where enemies spawn, entities spawn, and blue spaces where we spawn. This is a way to get a little blue gem, which is useful for various things. This allows you to re-roll. Thoughtful moment. Steal this card to block any one step on the current turn card. I'll show you what that means when it comes up. Here's another item we can build, and now when it's ready, we can discard it to gain 5 of the red influence. Add 3 for every charge on this card. How do we put charges on cards? I don't remember any discussion about that. A pocket ladder. You can only put it in spaces that are marked as nighttime. Place a ladder in your space. Enter the dark room. Set the dark room tile next to the board. Place your dreamer in any space there. What? How does that work? We'd have to try it and find out. When you place a progress card, you can spend 1 blue or flip the assistant instead of paying the card's placing normal cost. Interesting. You can only have 4 progress cards out at any given time. So one of the decisions we'll have to be making is which progress cards to put out. I can do anything. Okay. Another slap card, another so many possibilities card. So this just gives you 1 of any type. 1 with the shadows. They won't find me here. When you suffer distress from any entity effect, roll the die and prevent 1 tranche of that. I need to look up what this means again. I think it means basically the number of those that come in 1 group. So it's not just 1 red, it would be however many he gives us or something like that. We'll look that up in a second. I do like the art style on these cards. Inner light. Place 1 light token in any space it's active until the end of this turn, or seal this card to discard 1 morphing. Okay, I'll explain what all these means when we get them for the first time. The delta phase, again, we'll deal with that when it comes up. All right, let's look at our basic actions here. I may teach us this, so maybe we won't spend too much time here, but okay. So you can discard 3 influence cards to gain a blue gem. We can use a gem to re-roll a die. Morphings are these tokens that go on entities that change the way they behave and make them tougher usually. So we can get rid of one of these morphings by spending an ether or a key. Gathering keys are how we get ourselves into new dreams. There is a way we can roll the dice to try to get more intent if we don't have enough. And you could roll a bad thing on the die if you roll the X on the die. So it's this. So whenever we have something that we have to pay intent out of our hand, for example, let's say we had something and this was the only card in our hand and we had something that needed 2 yellow. We could say, okay, we're going to pay 1 yellow from our hand. And then we're going to try to get the extra yellow we need by rolling this dice. So we would roll this, and this would give us +2. So now we have 3, we could complete it. But if you roll this, it's nothing, but no big deal. However, if you roll the X, then a bad thing happens to you. You discard an ether, or you seal away 3 cards, or you suffer a distress. If anyone dies, you read this thing. How do you die? The rules say somewhere, but let's see if they say here. No, they don't. But basically, there's several ways to die, and one is if you have too many distresses. Okay, here are our basic actions, though. We spend yellow to move that many spaces orthogonally. We can assault something, which is to fight it. We'll see the rules will tell us what to do there, but basic range of 1, meaning 1 space away. We can try to have some discussion, contact with some entity at 1 away. We can spend hours to move X spaces. So that's what this clock that had us set this at 5. So these are ways we can do extra movements even without cards. So we'll want to think about, these are, I guess these are like bonus move actions. So we'll want to think about when we should be doing that with cards or when we should be spending our hours. Then there's this weird rule about peeking a card. We can throw a card away from our hand to take a 5-second peek at one secret card tile from the current dream with influence, item, flaw, fate, or slumber back. So I believe what it means is we could take a look at what is coming up. Turn list isn't listed here. Item, flaw, fate. So if we thought, well, maybe if this happens a certain way, it'll be terrible, we could try this action here to peek at it. Can't say I love that idea, but all right. Okay, let's shuffle now our influence deck. We may want to leave this deck now that we've chosen to play this character, but I'll just put it here for now. This is our reminder. I guess we'll just put it here for now. All right, I think we are ready to play the tutorial scenario. We are approaching an hour sitting here going over the rules, so I think the thing to do is take our break here. It's 1 a.m. This is a late start, but I think the first dream will probably go pretty quickly. But why don't we take our first break? When we come back, we'll actually get started. All right, we're back. I did manage to find what this little symbol was that I wasn't sure about, and it is kind of interesting. So that symbol, which is on some of our cards, find one here. This says prevent 1 plus this of that distress. So these are the number of placed progress cards of that type. So that's important for us because it says that as the specialist engineer, we're going to be placing progress cards. So you can see the progress cards that we can place. That's the ones that are here. They all come in the same flavor, yellow, green, and red. So it looks like by placing the yellow ones, it powers up some of our other cards. So if we had a yellow card place that we had built, then when we played this one, it would gain a bonus because of this card. All right, just something to keep in mind. Okay, if this is your first game, you're ready to start the game. Notice it says you're ready to start the game. Where is the, it does say what to do. It does say, okay, take and resolve tile 1-01X, which is the first Dream Gate tile. To learn how to resolve this card, go to the basic rules. Okay. Apparently we are going to need more, but we're probably going to use the app. But let's go get out the 1-1. Let me get out all the 1-1 cards here. Have these handy. We're going to let the app walk us through some of this, but let's just take a look. Let's go as far as we can first with the physical rule book. So it says go get 1-1X. Gate to the first dream before it started. What is this strange world? Hint, it will be easy, simple, and short. No puzzles, no challenges, just a quick basics training and a bit of story. So it doesn't need keys to enter it. It's not part of a district, but here's the setup. Take all 1-1 secret cards and tiles, reveal the setup tile. You don't have any masks or items yet. Turn deck 12. Okay, so the turn deck 12 means we use 12 cards from the turn deck. This is our timer, not that clock, but this is our timer. So a different dream might have a different length in terms of number of turns. If you don't solve it by the end of the last turn, you probably are going to get kicked out of the dream. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's all of the turn cards. So we've got a lot of time to solve this dream. Now, it wants me to take all of the 1-1, these are the 1-1 tiles. That's how these chapters are arranged. This is chapter Roman numeral 1-1, and then these are letters. Got a little bit of a scene here. It looks like a dark forest and a little water fountain vase. Okay, but it also wanted me to get the 1-1 cards. Let me see if I can do that. Okay, so there's all the 1-1 cards. We've got the 1-1 tiles and the 1-1 cards. Those are out and ready to be used. We've taken them out. And now we're going to read this reveal the setup tile. Okay, so I do see we have a tile here called setup. reveal it. I guess that means we get it out and look at it. Aha. Okay, so here's our starting map. Notice it's got this A2. That means we are going to put it here on this A2. That will be our starting location, but let's take a look at it first. Okay, the blue, that's where we start. So we could start on this tile or this tile. And let's look at what's available to us. So you move orthogonally. For one, we could move here. This, as you might guess, is a barrier. You can't walk through it or attack someone through it. So if we wanted to go here, we'd have to go 1, 2, 3. Much like heredity, on each space, there are some actions you can take. This little block thing tells you can only do something once. So after we do it, we put a little block marker on that to remind us we've already done that. We can't do it again. We really don't need the block markers. You just remember it. So to do this action, to do this check the yellow altar, we'd have to spend 3 yellow influence per player, which is 1. So 3. If you were playing 2-player, the group would have to do 6 as a team. Once we pay that, we get to read this paragraph. Here, cost us 6 green to check the green altar. Looks like an altar to a tree, and we would read this paragraph. Hurry, hurry, something wicked this way comes. Okay, so for a green, we gain a blue gem, which can be used for various things. And you'll notice this little guy, this is a spawning point for enemies, for entities, I should say. Maybe we shouldn't be considering them our enemies just yet. So no rules for bringing entities out yet, but if an entity came out, he'd come out on this space. And then here we've got an assault action for 6 influence, which have to be played all at once. We can assault this red altar, and then we would read this paragraph. Or for free, we could try to open this door. So that's what's on our map to start with. Blue, meaning we put our player character somewhere. I guess it feels like this is what we're going to be doing at the end. So maybe we would do these and then come and do this and move out this door. So I'm going to start here and maybe go here first and then circle around. Okay, this one, I don't think we're supposed to flip this and look at the back yet. I think that's when we lose or win the scenario. Do we flip that? And then these we don't know what to do with yet. And these we don't know what to do with yet. Probably some of these paragraphs are going to instruct us to bring these out on the board. But we'll just put them off to the side for now. So if we look at basic rules, it will remind us that the flow of the game is basically we take a turn, and then the enemies take a turn, and we do this until we run out of cards here. I think the rules will teach us, but let's just look at this card as a quick reminder here. Okay, Dream World location, keys cost to come in. Setup. Okay, we need to read our introduction. For the first dream, you could ignore these requirements of keys. We can ignore the slumber map. If this is your first game, the Dreamgate tile has instructed you to reveal only the setup tile, which we've done. Put it on A2. Put your dreamers in one of the 2 spaces, which we've done. There is an entity space at the, there's no entity present, so nothing happens here. There's rules about placing them with these things. We'll deal with that when it comes. There's a trap card, which will tell us how that works when it happens. There's a bonus thing. We don't have any of those. Terrain symbols, which are seen on some of the map tiles, none of ours. Don't do anything until they tell us. Okay. Here's turn order. First we go. Okay, so I think it's going to teach us this. So rather than read it, let's see if it teaches it. And if it doesn't, then I'll teach us. Okay, let's read our first paragraph. We could read it in the app. Let's just to get the hang of it, read it in the book. Paragraph, Book of Secrets S450. So we'll read this one in the actual book, and then we'll see how the app handles it any differently. It's probably easier to read it in the app. So as you might expect, big long entry for our first one. Abyss, a dark cold rift. We crawl out from it. We're not sure. We don't remember. Where are we? We knew that a moment ago. Now all is gone. Our mission is to go where? Maybe here? Wherever we are. More importantly, who are we? Something went wrong, or rather terrible. The memory disappears like smoke blown away by a gale, like a vision of a dream just after waking up. We have equipment with us, but for what? Everything works differently here, breaks down, turns into scraps at a moment's notice. If we lose sight of something for a while, it changes immediately. We hear birds. We smell the wet earth, like after the rain. Petrichor, you recall the curious name of this scent. We remember we wandered through a maze of forest paths, but we're still in the woods, probably for a very long time. Dirty, torn clothes, sore muscles, hunger, and fear. Something wanted to catch us. We barely escaped. We have to get to some gate. Fog rises from the steaming earth. Golden rays of the setting sun shine behind the trees. It's getting cold. Finally, we reach a alea in front of a rock wall with massive gates. The gates are closed. There's 3 locks, each with a symbol identical to the pedestals next to it. A leaf, a wave, a padlock. A small tree grows on the first pedestal. A large padlock is attached to the second one. On the third is a stone ewer from which water flows. It seems too simple, but, well, maybe some things might actually be simple. Maybe the beginnings are always the simplest? Let's practice the basics then. This is the start of a dream. Place your dreamers in the blue spaces. There are 2 spaces. You may choose freely. There won't be much going on for now, and the turn cards will be used only to count turns, which always start with the draw step. There isn't anything in this dream that uses movement or performs morphing or basic special effects. The dreamscape phase will be empty. Let's look around. You see 3 pedestals. On each one, you will practice different actions. The green one is a simple action, the cost of 6. Red is assault, cost of... Anyway, okay, we don't need to read all that. We know all that. The assault action might be performed in assault... Oh, okay, let's see. The assault action might be performed in assault range. The base range is 1, which means an adjacent space. The yellow action is for 3 something, but you have to pay as many times as the number of dreamers. So for us, there's no real difference. Actions on yellow and red have a stop icon, means they're only one-time use. Look again at the action in the lower left corner of the A2 tile, which says gain 1 blue gem for 1 green. There aren't any limits to how many times you may perform it. Treat yourself to all those blue gems. Discard a card with one or more green intent to gain one. Remember, the intent surplus is lost. What are the blue gems for? You may use them to re-roll any die. For now, they aren't that useful, but the time will come. In the lower right corner, there is a free action with a cost of 0. You only have to be in this space to use it. Also remember that in order to use any map action, you have to be in its space. Contact and assault actions accepted. Those are the ones with range of 1. There's also a wall. Note you can't move through a wall or measure range through it. It's an impassable barrier. Now the first turn begins. Draw 4 cards and do something. Okay, so very straightforward. I think we're ready to go. Just to give us a hang of this, if we wanted to use the app, let's see. Okay, so it teaches you how to play. Starting item cards. Step these aside. You don't have access to them yet. Okay, so there's a little rule starting. So this section just teaches us how to play, which we already know. This is kind of a nice thing. Maybe this would have been an easier way to learn the rules. Okay, and now we start the campaign. Here are the different campaigns. Most of these, we have the first 3 here. So we're going to click core, and then we would read a thing. So if we wanted to read that initial one from the app instead of the book, we would do this, and here it is. Okay, so the app is going to be easier for us to read, surely, although it feels like there's more information here than was in our script. Okay, it's just telling us cunning, awareness, and wrath. It's teaching us how to play a little bit better, but basically the same content. As this script is a condensed summary of all the rules of the game, we recommend you write this number down somewhere in case you need to reference it again. Okay, so the app looks very well done and helpful. So it's basically just telling us the rules. It's reminding us we can roll the dice to boost our intent. It's reminding us of our basic actions. Okay, so we're lost. We've woken up in the forest. We've got our reminder of our stuff. We have chosen to, let me see if this screen is going to work. Wow, it's not, it's a little blurry, isn't it? This map view is not the best, but I don't have a better way of showing you other than bringing this over here. I guess we could bring this over here when it's time for us to act, and I'll put it back on the map. So there we are. All right, well, we could do this thing right here. We're in the space, or we could walk over here, but let's draw our hand. Our initial hand, 4 cards. Okay, let's see what we've got as our hand. So 4 cards each step. We're doing the Dreamer's phase first. Should we have put out a turn card yet? Where's our phases? I just want to see if I should have put out a turn will consist, draw up to 4 influence cards. So for example, draw 4 influence cards, look around the map. Okay, it doesn't tell me to do anything with turns. I thought normally I would be getting out a turn card, but not going to do anything. So okay, this is our hand of 4 cards. We always draw 4, but we've got a max hand of 6. We play until we run out of cards, or when we want to stop. So we can generate, here's what we could generate on our turn. We could generate a total of 4 green. So note that we couldn't do this one, even if we wanted to, unless we wanted to roll the dice. However, 2 yellow, we can't do this one either, because we only have 2 yellow. But we could use these cards for these things. We could seal this card to gain 3 of anything. So we could just seal this card away. That would give us 3, which would give us enough to do anything else. So 3 green, 4, 5, 6, 7 green. Okay. We could use this to gain 3 red. We can re-roll a die. We can place a ladder. Oh, only night spaces. Right now, this is not a night space. We would see an icon somewhere. Okay, so we can't do that. So I think maybe to start us out, we might seal this hesitation card. Look at this scary dream we're having. So I think we seal this. I think maybe we start with this action here. Let's do it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to spend... We could either spend this yellow 1 in order to move 1 space here. That's the action of move. Or we could lose an hour if we don't think we care that much about the time. Since we got lots of time, we could do that. But maybe we'll save that. So let's spend this card to put in the discard pile. There. To move 1. That's going to move us here. And then we're going to do this action. I apologize for all the zooming in and out. It's just, okay, so we spent that. All right, let's generate 6 green and do this green altar. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to seal this card, which puts it sort of out of the game for us until we have a way to get it back. It's going to put it there when it's sealed. That generates 3, which I have to now use now. And then I'm going to generate the other 3 with these 2. 3 plus 3 is 6. These go into the discard, and we've now paid for the 6 to check the green altar, which is secret card 332. So we're going to go to the app here and read 332. Is that right? Kind of weird. Is it really 332? It says you may gain 1 blue gem here. It's required to open the gate, and you'll learn how to use the luck die and how to input its result. So let's begin. Let me just make sure that's the same thing that this book says. Yes, it's identical. Okay, so let's begin. Roll the luck. I guess it's teaching us stuff. So the green altar is teaching us something about the luck die. So it says, go ahead and roll the luck die. All right, so here we go. All right, so we got an X. Too bad you failed. Does this mean you paid for the action, but you don't gain anything? Yes. Unfortunately, your action has failed, and any intent spent for it has been wasted. Lady Luck in this case has not favored you, but if you have any blue gems, you may discard 1 to re-roll the die. And you may do it as many times as you have necessary blue gems. If you don't have any, that's too bad. Might be an idea to gain some before coming back here again to do this action. If we had rolled a 1, 2, or 3, we would have gotten an ether. Oh, we can try to gain an ether. Oh, that's what we need. We need ether. It's not a blue gem, it's ether. Okay, so we're going to need ether to open the gate. This is, on one of these altars, we could get ether. But because we can't re-roll, we can't get this ether. We had got it, we would put it on the gate tile and then block this action. I see. So you can only trigger this altar once successfully. We haven't succeeded, so it stays available to us. See, there wasn't a ban stop icon printed on the map tile. Sometimes it's hidden inside the script itself, and many additional effects may take effect inside the script. Okay, so we're done here. All right, so we may want to come back here to get that ether in order to progress it, but we have no more cards. So we're going to end our turn here. There's nothing else for us to do. As a reminder, now we would do this turn action stuff, but there is nothing's going to happen, but we should do this. Okay, the current turn card, I'm not sure why it didn't remind us to take out a turn card. Not that it matters, but feels like one of these turn cards should be out here. Okay, so, but to remind you how this works, on each turn, after we take our turn, we walk through this. If there was an entity, it would morph. If there was an entity, it would have its special effects. If there was an entity, we'd roll to let it move. If we got some loot, we would do this, but otherwise nothing happens here. So, oh, you know what? These are not supposed to go here. I think these go like this, so that we see the top one. I think actually it's like this. Let me just read to make sure about that stuff. Or maybe, can we go to our 450? Let's see if this explains it any better. Not really. Does it narrate this? Is it going to read this?
Through the abyss we crawl, from the cold dark
I guess
rift
it's reading this to
somewhere
us. I'm just curious how this sounds.
Where
wow, they
are
put
we?
a lot of
What are we
effort into
doing here?
this.
Who are we? Deep down we have the sinking feeling that something is gone wrong, catastrophically wrong. Vague memories linger as if we were waking from a deep slumber. Each moment they elusively slip through our fingers like grains of sand until eventually...
Sorry, I didn't realize I was
dirty, torn
changing
clothes,
the
lean muscles, a
audio.
consuming hunger. Memories of being pursued rise from the depths of our thoughts. Before we had barely escaped capture, and the fear gnaws at the edge of our minds. Fog rises from the steaming earth. The golden rays of the setting sun shine behind the trees. Beautiful, if it were not for the creeping darkness and the thing hunting us. We must hurry. Finally, we reach a lee in front of a rock wall with massive gates. The imposing gates are locked. There are 3 locks, each with a symbol identical to that on one of the pedestals next to it. A leaf, a padlock, a wave. A small tree grows on the first pedestal. A large, rusty padlock is attached to the second one, and on the third is a stone ewer from which water flows endlessly. Unconsciously, we know that our escape lies through the gate. Now, to open it.
Okay, so it does read the introduction if you want. It's oddly confusing about this turn deck. See if this summarizes it any better. Shuffle all the turn cards to form a new turn deck. Randomly draw the number of turn cards, place them face down. Look at this. This explains it much better. So we've got 12. And then it says we put them face down. And then flip the top turn card face up. Discard the remaining cards face down to form a new turn discard pile. Shuffle the turn cards to form a new deck. Draw the number which it told us was 12. Put them face down. Now, flip the top turn card face up. Discard the remaining turn cards face down, which we don't have any because we're using all 12. That's a very confusing thing to be saying here. Okay, so I don't know why that was so hard for the regular rules to explain. But yes, we should have one face up here. But we don't need to do any of it on this sample. And now we get another round. Another 4 cards. And we are here now. Okay, let's see what we've got. So we're going to have to trigger each of these altars one at a time. But this seems like a good way to get these tokens so that we can re-roll. So maybe I was wrong about going straight here. Maybe we need to go here. So let's do that. In fact, let's spend once per turn, we can spend a certain number of hours to go basis. I'm just going to, well, let's see, maybe I don't need these. I want to come here and I want to get this gem. We can do it as many times as we want. All right, let's do that. We're going to use these 3 to do this 3 times. And I'll use this 2 to move 2. 1, 2. And then we're going to use... Oh, okay, so I can't spend 3 to do this 3 times. I can just trigger these 1 at a time. So I'm going to spend 1 to get 1 blue gem. And then I'm going to spend this 2 and lose 1 of them to get another blue gem. And then to flip this card to gain 1 this for this. If this is an assault action, don't really have much use for this, but we'll just keep this in our hand. So we did these. We got ourselves 2 rerolls, which are going to help us do the rest of the stuff. And now our turn is over. I'm going to keep this card in my hand because we have a hand size of 6. Now we're done with the Dreamers phase. Is there anything else we want to do here? Did I lose? Yes. I should do this a little bit better. I didn't spend hours to move, I guess. Oh, and it was green. Could we have done that from a range of 1? Your contact actions. No, that says assault. This didn't say contacts. Okay. Discard 3 influence from your hand to gain a gem. Okay, that's another way I could have gotten a gem. Okay. Our turn is over. The enemy entity goes, but that doesn't do anything. That was our first turn. This was our second turn. Now we're going to start our third turn. We're going to draw up to, I'm going to draw 4 cards. All right. Before we move on, we could get another gem. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that. I'm going to spend this to get another reroll gem. Now we've got 3 rerolls. And now we're going to move along. Now I am going to use my clock here. I'm going to spend 2 of our 5 clock hours to move here. And now let's try our plan again. Unfortunately, we don't have 6 green. Okay, take it back. We're going to go here instead. We've got plenty of yellow. Let's do this yellow action. Okay, we have to spend 3 yellow to trigger this altar. Oh, look, we could have done this. Let's do this. Before we leave here, let's spend this to gain another bow. This is going to give us lots of rerolls. Okay, and then we move here. All right, now I'm going to spend 3 yellow here. To trigger this script, 159. This is still in our hand. All right, let's do 159. Just to make sure, did you multiply the cost by the number of dreamers? The times icon means cost must be paid as many times as the number of dreamers. It's just 1, so it's all defined. If you're playing solo, okay. There are 2 of you, and so on. As this is a gradual action, you pay the cost in steps. You don't have to pay it all at once. But that's not really relevant for us because we're playing solo. You can't just play 1 and 1 and 1. You have to play 3 at a time. So that's irrelevant for us. You didn't make any mistakes, paid the right cost, place 1 ether on the dream gate tile. Okay, so we've got an ether. We did not have to roll anything. So I'm going to put that on our dream gate tile. And then the icon means we have to mark it with a block because we've now done it. So that's done. And we are done. Okay, I stockpiled all these because I thought we might need them. Now it seems like maybe we don't need them. Okay, we only have 1 card left. So I think we're going to end our turn here. And do our next turn. We've got 1 of the 3 ether we probably need here. Next turn now. Okay, so now we got to start worrying because we are running out of turns. Bad thing happens if we run out of all of our turns. So let's try to avoid that. Okay, here's our hand. Let's see if we can pull off that green action. Not looking that good for us, actually. I mean, we can generate 3 green. And we do have rerolls. We might have to do our rerolls with this die to try to get us a bonus. Okay, let's see what we can do with our deck here. Progress. When you place a progress card, you can spend 1 blue or flip the assistant instead of paying the card's placing normal cost. It doesn't really help us. Maybe we hold on to these as our 3 of our 6. Can we do anything here? When you suffer a distress from any entity effect, roll the red die. That's not really useful to us. We could place this one. The limit of your active progress cards is increased by 2, so we could have up to 6 now. Each time after shuffling your influence card, you may discard the top 3 cards to put 1 charge on your shotgun or steam bomb card. Well, these are not that useful. This is what we want. We need to get some more. We need to get at least one or green. We could discard 3 influence cards to gain a thing, but I think I want to, let me see, what about this? What if, sorry, what's happening? Let's see what else we could do here. I don't really care about this, but what about building this one? 4 red. We don't have 4 red. We can't build this even if we wanted to, but that would be our shotgun. Wow, that gets us lots of red. This is not a bad idea to build this, but we need to get red. So I think we want to discard these cards. I don't think we want these. In fact, even if we keep this one, we won't be able to draw up fully. Huh. Any thoughts in the chat? No. All right, we're just getting the hang of this game. It's okay. I think what we'll do, we need to get the green to do this. We are going to need to acquire the ether. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to discard these 2 cards. In fact, I'm going to discard 3 cards so that I can draw a full hand on our next turn. I've still got 2 cards left over. Okay, next round we do this stuff. We can't do it. It doesn't have any effect. And we get a next turn. Drawing 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we have enough green to do our stuff? Yes. Anything else we care about here? Reroll. Discard this card when resolving the delta phase. We don't know anything about that, so no need to save that. Place 1 ether token in any space. It's active until the end of the turn. Or seal this card to discard a morphing. Oh no, this is not an ether. This is the environmental light token. All right, we don't care about any of this, but this card we may want to keep to gain 3 assault. So if we don't have to spend that one, it would be nice not to spend it. All right, let's generate our 6 here. 2, 4, 5, 6. There we go. So we're going to use this one to move with the yellow. I'll try to figure out a way to, so I can check which cards I've played on any given round. We're going to play this card to move 1, which brings us over here, and then we're going to pay 6 green to pay this cost to read 332. And we remember how this works. We roll this die, and then we're going to use our blue tokens if we need it to reroll. Okay, so we rolled this. We didn't need the blue. It works. Place 1 ether on the dream gate tile. Okay, so now we have 2 ethers. Here, I'll move this over here. We have 2 ether on this tile, so we're almost ready to do this now. We kept this card in our hand. We spent everything else, and now it wants us to block this card so we don't try this again. Okay, we're going to need to do an assault of 6, so let's just make sure we save enough for that. Turns over, we do this, no entities, so nothing happens, but we're halfway through this dream. I'm a little bit nervous about that. Let's take our next turn. 1, 2. Okay, now we need to draw new cards, so we're going to have to use our discard deck. when we do need to do that, we need to suffer a distress. Or, let's see, we actually have an option here. How does that work? Okay, it says, anytime you need to draw cards, the deck is empty, reshuffle, suffer 1 distress, or seal 3 cards. I don't think we want to seal any more cards. Remember, when you seal cards, your deck is smaller, so you're making things worse and worse and worse. Okay, 3, 4. So here's our new hand. We're looking to get 6 red. All right, well, we don't have 6 red, but we have a way to gain 3 red, and then 4, 5, 6, 7. So we actually can do this. All right, so, but we've got to move over to it. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we're going to use this card here to move to 1, 2. And then this is going to be our... I think this means we have to pay 1 red to gain 3 red. Jonathan says, remember, you can do an assault from 1 adjacent space. That is great. Okay, that's a good catch. Our only dilemma is this, which gains us 3, costs us 1. So that's problematic for us. Okay, here's what we'll do. Here's how we'll solve this. We are going to spend 1 here to generate this. That gets us 3. I should make sure I'm doing this right, but I believe we pay for it this way, generate 3, and then we're going to pay for this. We're going to play this to have 4, 5. So now I have a total of 5. So we're missing 1, but we are going to roll this to get us that remaining 1. Now, let's just make sure that we are doing that payment thing, right? Action, effect, cost, yes. Okay, so we're short 1 of the 6 we need, but we have a bunch of rerolls. So we've committed 5. We need 1 more. Okay, well, there's our extra 2, so that's fine. So we've done the assault from 1 space away. So now we read 234. If you're here, it means you've tried to use the assault action. This usually represents a physical, often violent solution to a problem. Remember that the assault action can be used from a distance. That's what Jonathan points out. The basic range of this action is 1, also stated on your basic action cards for quick reference, but many cards may increase it. Similarly, the contact action, representing diplomacy, is the same. Do not forget the effect of your action. Place 1 ether on the Dream Gate tile. Also, do not forget to block this action with the red stop token, since there's a red stop token icon. Can't be done again. Okay, so we're blocking this. We're putting an ether on our gate. We now have 3 ether. That's surely all we need. We're going to next try to go and open this door. But first we must finish the turn, and an entity does stuff. Now we have a new turn. Okay, we are approaching the end of our turns here. I guess we still have a bit more. We have one more card in hand left over. We need to draw up for our hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we've got 5 cards in hand. But it's free to... I suppose we didn't actually have to draw a new hand. We could have just... Oh no, because we're not in this space. We need to move here. All right, so... Well, we only have 2 cards that will give us a movement. We could use our clock to give us a movement. We have enough blue gems, so I'm not going to worry about using this. So we're going to spend this yellow 1 to move 1 space. And then we're going to interact with this space here. We're going to try to open the door, which is secret 823. Okay, let's see what happens. Check how many ether tokens are on the Dreamgate tile. Okay, so we have 3. If you don't have 3, the door won't budge. Hurry, try performing other actions from the A2 tile. There must be a way to open this door. Stop reading now and go back. If there are 3, which there are, discard them and reveal tile Z. Remember that when there are references to tiles within a dream, this is shorthand to take the specific tile of that dream. In this case, retrieve tile 11Z. Okay. When you reveal this card, you can see this tile has an A3. So you can line it up with the board marked A3. Okay. 11Z. Okay, here's our 11Z, and we're lining it up, and then we read another entry. Okay, let's see what this is first. So I'm going to put this tile on our map where it was, and this is the new tile that just came out. Whoa, we're inside somewhere. Look at this. So we've gone through the door. We can open or close it. We can enter a secret tunnel. We're in a walled off area. Oh wait, have we come here? Oh, we've come in through here. Okay, there's an open door. We've come in. We're down here. There's no entity in range 1. You can do this. Is it some kind of game? Or here we can open or close a door. Open or close a door. It feels like there's a door between these 2 spaces that we could open or close. And then we can get into a secret tunnel. So let's put this one here where it belongs. Okay, so you can see we've opened the door. We could now walk in here. But look at this. This is connected to this. So actually we could walk back up and go here if we wanted to. All right, and now it says keep reading, resolve 173. The gate is open. What hides inside? Did you see the darkness icon at the center? That's right there. It means that the whole tile, all 4 spaces, is in darkness. If the icon were smaller in between 2 spaces, it would mean that only those 2 spaces, and so on. Before you manage to take a step in, something emerges from the forest. Resolve 257. Oh, it's an entity. Here we go. Reveal tile Y and spawn 1 human shapeshifter. Spawning means to place 1 miniature in a entity spawn space. There's only 1 spawn space in the current dreamscape, so this is easy. There's no flavor text this time. Treat this script as an active pause, an opportunity to learn more about your enemy. Tile Y is an entity tile. All right, let's take a look at it. Place it on the entity slot. Entities represent creatures found within the dream world. They are the boogeymen and fairies. Some are hostile, others are helpful. All entities act during the dreamscape phase, which occurs after dreamers have performed all their actions and passed. What they do is determined by the current turn card. So here is the entity, exactly as shown in this nice little web app. So we'll take a closer look at that in a second, but let's keep reading here for a second. Notice how something wicked has a movement value of 4. This is important when you resolve the movement step. So all it's telling you here is if you roll this, it moves 4. If you roll this, it moves 4. If you roll this, it moves 4. If you roll this, it moves 4, and you roll again. If you roll this, it just moves 1. And is there a don't move at all? No. Okay, so that's all that is teaching us. Entities always move toward the nearest dreamer. If there's several, you get to pick. This comes in handy if you need to divert the entity from a wounded companion, lure the entity to a specific space. What happens if there's no valid route toward a dreamer, or if the entity already is in a space with the dreamer, it won't move. Okay. Below the name of the entity, you'll find entity interactions. There's only one this time, and it is the assault action. So that is this part here. So it's going to try to attack us. It attacks for 6, and then it relocates. Oh, we can attack it for 6 to make it relocate. That's how we interact with it here. These are the things it does. So based on these cards here is how you decide which of these 3 things it would trigger. So if it was this card, it would trigger this red action. If this was on top, it would do its basic effect, and then its morphing effect, and so on. Okay, so this is just telling us if we spend 6, you activate that assault. In this case, you relocate the entity to any spawn space. Relocate is beneficial movement because it ignores walls, so we can trap it somewhere. It says for now, relocating to any spawn space won't help you much because there's currently only one spawn space in the dreamscape. So each time you perform the assault interaction, you teleport this entity back to its space. Okay, there's more. Okay, so it's just teaching us about the 3 different effects. They correspond to steps. When you finish your actions each turn, then you do the dreamscape phase and you do what the card tells you, which might be movement, special effects, morphing, or it might be in different orders. This entity has no morphing effect available, as it would make it too powerful for you now otherwise. If a special entity doesn't have some of the effects, treat them as if they do nothing. When they should be resolved, morphings are basically power-ups that make entities a bit meaner. From then on, once you give it a morphing, from then on, as long as the entity has the token, it will apply its effects. Basic effect is the effect that's triggered the most often. The basic effect will generally harm nearby dreamers. In this case, for this guy here, if you're in range of 1, you suffer 1 distress. If you don't remember how distress works, consult dying. In short, if you get 8, you die. This usually isn't pleasant. The special effect of this entity has an even greater range of 2. Remember, ranges are orthogonal. If you get hit with this, you have to seal 2 cards, and then there's a reminder of how that works. It's a good habit to always look at the turn card. So when you seal cards, I think you just take them off the top of your deck. Now, it's a good habit to always look at the turn card, check what the entity will do when you enter your dreamer's phase. If it doesn't look good, keep a safe distance. Sometimes your dreamers will have other tricks up their sleeves in order to manipulate this card. For example, one of your influence cards, Thoughtful Moment, allows you to seal it in order to block one step on the current turn card. And when you do, you put a token, a generic token on one of the steps. That's basically just saying that we can block one of these. We could block a basic effect, his movement, another basic effect, and so on. So that's what blocking that is. Okay. You opened a door and revealed 2 tiles. So many things have changed, and that's not all, because you might have overlooked something else. You've opened a door and revealed 2 tiles. I don't think we added 1 tile, but it's just saying we have a total of 2. Now there's something else. See 251. Did you notice when the gate opened, you unearthed a new space with 2 new map actions? Difficult choices await you now, right? To enter and check if there's something that can help you, or go back, see around the wall, and check the new space outside the grotto. But what about the dangers that lurk behind you? It's still early in the game. Your options will be presented here as a little divagation. Were we supposed to do something with these? I don't think so. Okay, so it's giving us 2 choices. Option A, run into the grotto and perform the action at the end of it. Close the door. Okay, so it's saying that if we wanted to, we could... What is it saying? That we could run around here? Is it saying we could run through here and close the door to here and close the door? Or... So if we do that, it looks quite sturdy, should save you from the beasts, but will you make it? The action is really expensive. 10 green. The designers have to be mad, right? If you had 2 or 3 turns, or you had the right cards, Lady Luck on your side, you'd manage to do it, but the creature would probably also be inside. Shutting yourself in with it isn't the brightest idea. Option B, there's a similar action on the outside, and it's cheaper. 1 is almost nothing, but if you close the door from the outside, how would you get inside? Maybe through the nearby secret tunnel. The situation is exaggerated and stupid and obvious, you might think. Maybe you're right, but don't you think the first dream shouldn't be too complicated? Maybe there are other options, but do what you want. The door won't close by itself. Okay, let's take a look at what it's saying here. It's saying we could go do this action for 10. Okay, so we could run through. It says in the grotto. I guess maybe that's inside. So it's saying one thing you can do is you could run through here and close the door from here, which would lock this door, which would lock the entity outside. That's the first choice it was giving us. It's not asking us to make one of these choices now. It's just saying, here are the two things we could do. We could try to run in and have enough time, but how are we going to get 10? It's saying that's not going to be easy. By the time we get 10, we might lock ourselves in with this guy. The second option is 1. If you close the door from the outside, how would you get inside? So it's saying the other thing we could do is, instead of going this way, we could go back around, close the door from here, and then try to get into the inside from the tunnel. We could do this to get some leverage. Okay, and then this is here. The entity goes out somewhere. Let's put him here. And then I suppose we're supposed to get this entity figurine. The human shapeshifter. How are we supposed to know which miniature this is? It says something here too. What does it say? The simplest creature in the world of dreams. I mean, should we just pick one of these at random? Until we realize who it is? All right, so he comes out on his spawn space, which is right there. So he's right near us. If you didn't want to use the miniatures, could you use these tokens? Not those. No, these are some bigger power things. Okay. Well, we'll just put him here for now. Boy, it's hard to see, isn't it? Put him right there. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll come up with, is it written on the base of the minis? No, it's not. Well, I'll see if when I come back I can find the little cheat sheet for it. But let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we're back and we've unlocked a new tile and we're going to have to decide what to do now. So here is our map, a little hard to read, but here's our new map. Here is us. And I did see that in the rules, it does give you a little bit of a guide about what miniatures are what. And what it says here is that these are the 4 human shapeshifters. I guess you can choose whichever one. And then here are the 4 creature shapeshifters, which is what I took out. But this says he's a something wicked. Tells us what miniature to use. Use a human shapeshifter. So I went and got us this guy. So he's the human shapeshifter that's after us here, and we are right here. Now, the game, it's in our control now, but the game has reminded us there's 2 basic approaches we could get. Let's actually take another look at here. It says we got 2 basic choices. We can go into the interior and try to lock the door, but we might not be able to close it before this guy gets locked in with us. Alternatively, we could go around him, and then how are we going to get inside? So, I mean, we can come up here and close the door very cheaply and then try to come in through a secret tunnel, or we just walk in, try to get up here and close this door. It does seem like this is not going to happen for us. Generating 10 with the 6 cards is almost impossible, but this says some leverage. So this sounds like if we walk through this door and we do this, we might be able to get something that would help us do this. And this might help us do this. But it's sort of tempting to come and try to sneak in through the tunnel without this guy being able to track us. We'll have to walk past him, though. Let's look at what cards we have. It's actually a little painful because we've got lots of green cards. Green cards are no good for movement. We only have 1 movement. So this is pretty bad for us. If we wanted to try to run back over here, we'd have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'd have to move 4 spaces. However, we could seal this to get 3 yellow. That would let us go 1, 2, 3, and then we could use a clock to move 1 more space. Alternatively, we almost have enough green to seal the door. We have 2, 4, 6, and if we seal this, we'd have 9. So we actually have enough to do this action. If we could rush in there, if we really thought we were low on time, we could spend our clock time to rush in there and spend this. Now, if it takes us 2 turns, this guy moves 4. So if he even went once and got his movement, he would be inside with us. So I don't like the sound of that. Now, we could force him to re-roll it. To try to get him to only move 1. Hmm. If the entity was trapped with us, we could use an assault action to respawn him outside. That's a great point. He's trapped inside with us. We close the door. And then we could assault him to knock him back out and he wouldn't be able to get in. Okay, so you're making a point that having him trapped in with us is not so bad if we close the door, because then we could teleport him out. That's a very good point. Alternatively, we could just not worry about him and do the actions in the inside and try to move on. We've got so many green. All right, let's do this. Let's take Jonathan's idea that we don't have to worry about trapping him inside with us. We have enough to do this, so let's plan on doing this, keeping these cards in hand to do this, but maybe we don't have to panic about it. I don't want to use this card. I mean, I'm a little hesitant to... I'm hesitant to seal this card, but it's the good way to get cards. But here's what we're going to do instead. We're going to walk one space with the clock hour, because I figure we might as well use those. And then I'm going to spend this for one. I'm not going to use it for this. I know that might seem crazy. I'm going to spend it for one. I need two, so I'm going to roll this die. That's a nothing. I need a success here, otherwise waste. So I'm going to throw away a gem. That's another nothing. Okay, that's our success. Cost me 2 blue gems to do this, but I wanted to get some leverage. I figure maybe this will help us out a little bit. Is there a better way to put this card when we're right in front of it, so we can read it better? Okay, so I've walked through the door, and now I've done this leverage. So now we're going to read S30. We pull the lever. A crash can be heard from the outside. Reveal card C, a trap. If you have done it before and the trap is already revealed, read the section below from if a trap card is revealed. Okay, so reveal card C, which is a trap. Okay, so we pulled a lever and triggered a trap. Is that good? This doesn't seem good for us. It says, you're looking at an overlay card. It acts as a missing additional or changed piece of the dreamscape. You have to place this card on the dreamscape immediately. How? Look closely, match it with the grid. Place all miniatures and tokens which would be otherwise covered on top of it. Are you done? It should fit quite right. The card may look strange at first. It really has to be placed at this angle. What has changed? There's a new wall that encloses 2 spaces. Will it be useful for something? You'll find out soon, probably. If the trap card is revealed, you may discard the trap card and return it to Secrets and Dreams. As you see, you may use this action to open or close this trap. So we've put a trap out here on top of this. So this area is now trapped. A trap in here. And look, it's a new wall. So now if we could get this guy, now there's a teleport here. So if we attack this guy, we can teleport him to here if we wanted to. Now we wouldn't even have to close this door. We just attack him and send him out into here. Now we don't even have to close the door. Just get near him, and when we trap him, put him in this little area. All right, so now I'm not that concerned with doing this, but I am concerned with assaulting him for 6. We've got 3 green cards. I kind of want to go over here and do this, but I don't have a yellow card to move with. And I don't want to use up too much of our hourglass here, since we only have, I guess, 1, 2 or 3 to use. So maybe we'll end our turn here. I don't love ending my turn with these in hand, because I won't be able to draw up a full hand. But I don't have anything else to do with these. And I want to keep those, do I? I could discard all 3 now. I want to save 2 for this, though. I'm not going to worry about closing this thing for 10. That's too expensive. But I do want to do this. But I don't otherwise want greens. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to discard one of these cards, just so that when we take our next turn, I can draw a full hand. Are we going to get attacked? We very well might. We very well might. We could move one. You want to move one more with the hourglass just to make distance? All right, so I'll tell you what. All right, Jonathan, you convinced me. We're going to spend an hourglass to move one space. Unless we already used that. We may have already used that. I think we already used the hourglass once this turn, so we can't. Can only use it once per turn to move. I think we already used it to move in here. So I can't use it again, and I don't have any yellows, so I can't move off from this space. All right, our turn is over. Now the enemy is going to go. Do we want to use those cards as buffers? How do we use cards as buffers? I don't know what that means. All right, but now we're going to do this. This is our first time doing this, so let's walk through it. First, he does his basic effect. His basic effect is each Dreamweaver in range 1 suffers 1. Okay, well, we're not within range 1, so we don't suffer 1. Next, he moves. So now we roll this die. Okay, he moves 1 space. Now, we can't do much better than that, so I think we just let him move 1 rather than move up to 4. So he moves here. And now we do his next thing, which is his basic effect. His basic effect is each dreamer in range 1 suffers a distress. So we are within range 1, so we are going to suffer our second distress. I think that's okay though. All right, so he scared us, I guess. And then this gets discarded. And we're on our next turn. We can discard this. If there's a lightning on these cards, we might be able to do them in between, but there isn't, so we can't. I could hold on to all three of these cards, but I'm hoping to get different color. So I'm going to throw away one of them and draw a new hand of 4. Draw up 4 cards. Now we have a full hand of 6. I was just saying to, instead of discarding, do we want those cards to seal? I see what you're saying. Yes, but I did want to draw a new card. I want to draw up the cards we need here. Okay, so we're hoping to get enough to attack in red, which we don't have, but look at this. A steam bomb gains us 5 attack if we progress it, so it feels like maybe we should be doing that. But this guy's coming after us. Next time he goes, he's gonna really hurt us. Can we kill him now? If we can get 6, we can assault him. But we only have 3 red. However, we can use this to get... Oh, sorry. We could use this, though, to get 5 attack if it was progressed. To do that, we need 4. So if we spent 4, if we spent 4 yellow, we could put this down here, and then we could discard it for 5, 6, 7. So I think that's what we should do, because he's about to strike us and do real damage. He's about to do this. He's about to move and then try to make us seal 2 cards. So shall we try to kill this guy? Just for the hell of it? Let's do it. So we're gonna equip this card for 4 yellow. So I'm gonna spend these 4 yellow. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to move then, but that's actually okay. All right, so we're going to spend these 4. We're going to spend these 4 yellow to stick this into our progress, to equip this, to prepare this, progress it. And now we are going to discard this to get 5 assault. If we had charge on it, it would be even more powerful, but we don't have a way to put charge on it. So I'm going to discard this for 5, and then we're going to use this 6, 7 red. And for 7 red, we can do an assault on him at distance of 1 to relocate him into our trap. Now he can't reach us. Unless he breaks out of his trap, which hopefully he won't. All right, so he is trapped there. He Can't really see him very well, but here he is. Do you care about seeing him? Look at him. Pretty weird looking. All right, so we trapped him in here. And now we can breathe a little bit easy. I'm a little bit worried about our turns running out. So I'm sort of inclined to use our clock to walk over here so we can use these. But maybe there's no rush. Kind of feel like there is. I'm going to use this. I'm going to move this here to make a movement of one once per turn. Then we're going to spend 2 green to do this script. 326. Just to make sure, did you meet the conditions stated above the action? There can't be any entities in range 1 from the space with this action to use it. I did not read that, but it does say if there's no entity in range 1, you may do this. Okay. All right, not that we suspect anything, we just want to make sure. Remember also, you can't measure range through a wall. If we're all good, let's continue. We feel like small children when looking at this table. We can barely peer over its top, and there's a pencil the size of an arm lying on a pile of crumbling papers. That's what that scene shows, even though I don't really see it. Behind the pile, we spot something that's probably a game. What else could it be with all those dice, notes, and tables? It must be old, as it's covered with a sticky, fluffy blanket of cobwebs and dust. Are we about to start a game? Something was chasing us. We were running. No, we were here, playing for a long time. Sitting in a cozy room, we were running. No, we were here, playing for a long time. Sitting in a cozy room, slightly bent over the table. The game is so immersive, we almost forgot it was just a game. We look at the box again. Release date, 1937. Many wires and cogs stick out from under the box lid, which is covered in more writing. Let's have a look. This is no ordinary game, but a mental device that tells a story about the players who play the game. They need to find something they lost long ago. What's all this? A game about players playing the game? A device? Nonsense. It's just an old simple game, surely. Although, read tile 5. This is another map tile. Oh, reveal tile V. This is another map tile. Remember how to place it. The tile is labeled B3, so this goes directly below the A3 tile if you line it up with the board spaces. You'll be fine on your own from now on, right? Oh, before we go, there's one last thing. Okay, so it tells us to get another tile, tile V. All right, let's look at this tile. So it's another nighttime tile, though we don't know what that is. It's like a wooden floor with cobwebs here. We can check. There's an action here to check a lift. It looks like maybe an elevator. There's a loose board we can explore, or we can look behind a curtain. Interesting. Okay, and this B3 goes here. All right. So we've got a new area we can go to down here. What else did it say? It says, by the way, some of you probably already shuffled your discard pile a few times. Did you remember to pay a penalty for this? If not, remember the reshuffle rule. That's the distress, which we did. We got 1 distress from reshuffling, And we got one distress from that guy scaring us. The human shapeshifter. Okay, you'll be fine from now on your own. Okay, now, but it says one more thing. The last thing, so it's about to take us off the training wheels. If you look at your player aid card, it's been mostly forgotten off to the side until now. You'll notice a few other basic actions we haven't covered. Effort hours are essentially a special type of resource you can use to either gain extra movement by losing X hours, or to buy extra time for you to complete a dream. 1 hour can be traded for an extra turn. Oh, I didn't realize that. You won't have any yet. You will get some later. If you're using the board, there is an assigned space for this, or you can use the 6-sided die. Okay, so we could have used this for an extra turns. Oh, then I would have thought more about that. I don't think I would have used it so much about that, but all right, let's see. It's reminding us some extra actions. We can peek a card. We can go send away 3 influence cards to get a gem. Or we can remove more things. Okay, well, we're done. All right, so here we are on our own now. The good news is that this creature is trapped. The bad news is we don't have that many turns left. So we did this action here, and we're now here. We don't need to go up here. We're going to head this way. All we have is a green card. So our turn is over. Now the dreamscape phase goes. However, his basic effect is if we're in range, we suffer 1. We roll his die. It's not going to matter what he rolls, though. So now he would move 4 right on top of us, except he can't get to us. So he doesn't move at all. Then he does his special effect where anyone within 2 has to seal 2 cards. But we're not within range 2. Even if he were right here, we wouldn't be in range 2 because a wall blocks range. So we locked him away just in time. Okay, next turn. Drawing 4 cards. All right, well, we've got some movement. Let's see. Well, we could walk with this or this down to here. If we wanted to pick up this loose board, we could walk with this yellow. We could spend this red to trigger this ability to gain 3, which would be enough to pull up that floorboard. Or we could walk with 2 down to here and then use our yellow to do this action, to look behind the curtain. Or we could use a yellow to get ourselves here. So we could almost do anything. I guess I'd be inclined to go ahead and do this. Since it's on our way. Do we want to use the ladder? I think maybe we could... It is darkness. We are on darkness. Maybe we should use our ladder. Okay, let's do a couple things then. Let's move here. And then let's generate 2 red to look under the floorboard, and then maybe we'll use a ladder. So the way we're going to generate that 2 red is we're going to use this for 1, which is the cost of doing this action, I know it's hard to see it. The cost of doing this is that one that gains us 3. So we've spent these cards to gain 3, and now we can do this action here. Okay, so 181. Let's pull up this loose foreboard and see what we see. Do you prefer if I have the app read it? A loose plank, a universal symbol of hidden treasure. We can't ignore it. A moment of wiggling and we rip it off. Underneath, inside the small hole, rests an old chest. Its lid is ajar, letting out tendrils of mist. When they dissipate, we notice some curious items inside. Take the 5 starting item cards. You've just earned your first items. There are quite a few, but you'll need them all. And if you don't remember how items work, check the rulebook to refresh their rules. You have only 3 slots for active items. Use them to place the items you think will be the most useful in the upcoming situation. All dreamers may use active items whenever they want, either to perform the item's actions and effects or to discard them to the storage to use them as intent to pay for something else. The 2 leftover items are placed into storage. They're still yours, but currently unavailable, at least until you perform a restore item effect in some way. When you restore an item, take 1 off the top of the storage, randomly place it into the active areas. Some effects will allow you to choose which item you make active again. If you already have 3 items, you have to discard 1 back to the storage. Okay. After you pick your active items, you can move on. The empty chest looks rather sad now. All right, so this is pretty cool. We're getting our active items. So it says basically we get 5 of them. These are the starting actions, and 3 we get to put in our backpack to use. The others go into storage. So let's take a look at what we found there. Okay, we found the little helpers. They're worth 4 green intent or influence if we need. Or for 1 green, we can re-roll any die roll once per roll. Or discard it to restore 1 item. We could throw this one away for them to go get us a different item. Okay. Sort of general purpose one. What's this journal? Memory is elusive, but what is written becomes eternal. So you could use this whenever you want for 2. You throw it away for 2. Or for 4, each dreamer may steal 1 card to unflip all their cards or to reshuffle their deck without penalty. What is he writing in his journal here? Okay, so it's a reshuffle for free. And it costs you 4 to do it. Or unflip used cards. All right, what's this? The Book of Birds. Each of us was a bird once. So it's worth 2, or for free, each dreamer may place 1 progress card from their hand for free. I like this one. I'd like to take the Book of Birds. I like how it's a free action to get out a progress card. Those are sometimes kind of expensive. So I want to take the Book of Birds. We got 2 more to take, though. Strategic plan. 4 attack or 4 communicate. That seems pretty nice. Or each dreamer may move up to 6 spaces. I like that. Let's take this one. All right, what's this? Look at this nice art. Spring perfumes, unusual mesmerizing fragrance. It's worth 2 green, or during a contact action, you may discard this item to gain 6. So that's pretty cool. It's like a little charisma thing. This is pretty nice, although it's pretty situation dependent. Whereas the little helpers... So look at what this little helpers, how it works. once you've got it, right, for 1 green, you can re-roll. It doesn't go away. Like everything else is discard after use. This one, you can keep doing this re-roll for a green without discarding it. If we knew what we needed, like if we knew we were going to have a contact action, this would be a great card, a hard contact. But if we don't, maybe the re-roll's better. Seal 1 to unflip all, reshuffle your... I mean, I don't love... It would save us a distress, but I feel like... Oh, I feel like we're going to die from distress on this game. All right, so we've taken these 2 really cool cards. We still have 1 more active card to take. Jonathan, you got a preference here? What do you think? This is very expensive to use. You're going to have to spend 4 green to use this. This feels too difficult to use. These 2 look good, though. I mean, this has got a... If we're just going to use it for this... I mean, look at this. You discard this to get 6, but here's 4 right here. What does it say about generating reroll gems? We can throw away 3 of any card to generate a gem. I think we should keep the little helpers. We're pretty good. Our deck has quite a lot of green in it, so I'm not sure we really need this. All right, so we're going to take those 3. The other 2 go into storage, so I have to put these somewhere into our storage. Okay, we'll just put that there. Okay, so these are... All right, this game it's getting a little more interesting now. So I'm just going to put these off to the side here. And these are available whenever we need them. In fact, we could just put them on the board, on this board here. Until we need this space, we'll put them here. I wonder if I can make that sharper. Can I? I'm not sure I can. Okay, so we're still in the middle of our turn here, though. We don't have any movement, but we could use our ladder. Should we try this ladder, Jonathan? Here's what the ladder does. You can only do it in the nighttime spaces, which we're in. We put a ladder. We enter the dark room. We would get this tile out and jump in there. Okay, we're going to try the ladder. So we just use it. It's a 0 cost. And what does it say? It says, go get our personal token out, which is in here somewhere. Okay, so there's our personal token. So we put that here to remind us that's where we climbed up the ladder from. We go in and get 235B. Okay, here's 235B. Let's see what this is. Whoa, we're just transported to a dark room. So it's an actual room that we've just climbed up and sort of created. Now, where do we start here? It says any dreamer in the ladder space may spend 1 yellow to relocate to this tile. So anyone can climb up into this dark room. If we spend a yellow, we can drop back to any dark area to relocate. So the relocate action can put you anywhere. So we could pop out here in front of this guy. We could pop out here. 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 So it's almost like a teleport. We've gone up the ladder, and then we can go back down in any dark room. Pretty cool. Now, this blue text is text that lets us do this from anywhere, I think is what it's basically saying. Let me just read here's the rule for that. It says, flying rule. Actions on this blue flame are not related to the space, a whole dreamscape. So you can perform it regardless of range. So basically, this is just saying, if you're in the ladder, you can jump up to this tile. And then if we're in this space, we can go back down the ladder, but end up in any dark space. You can go here to get an hour by stealing 2 cards. If we go here, look at that creature crawling out of this box. If we spend green, we can restore an item. And now it says, at the end of turn, each dreamer here suffers 1 distress. Then relocate all dreamers from the dark room to the ladder space, discard the personal token, and return the dark room to storage. If you can't afford that, you read some story. Like if you can't... At the end of your turn, you suffer 1. I guess if it would kill you, then you would read that entry. I mean, it's dangerous up here. It's like a teleportation thing, but that doesn't really help us. All right, but we had to learn what this was like. So we've come upstairs. I'm a little confused about where on this board. There's no, the blue positioning thing isn't here. So where do we put our tile? It says place your dreamer in any space. Okay. Okay, so we can go in any space, but we didn't plan that well because we can't get out on our own because we don't have a yellow. So we're here, but this is the only card we have in our hand. So we shouldn't have come up this ladder without having a full hand of cards because we can't just teleport out of here and we can't do any of these actions. So the bad news is that we are going to get wounded here, but we've learned about what the dark room is. So I think we're ending our turn here because there's nothing really for us to do. Now, I believe for rolling the dice, like if we wanted to try to do this, remember we can roll the dice to see if we get some bonus, but I believe you have to have at least 1 to boost. All right, so I think we just end our turn here. Now, when we end our turn, we're going to suffer distress. There's just no way around it. So there's our third distress. And it teleports us back down. All right, so bloop, we come back down. This goes away. This goes away. And we had a little adventure. And we still have this card. Okay, so it was a little stressful trip into the dark room, but now we know the dark room can be used to teleport to other dark rooms. Pretty cool. All right, turns over. We got to get out of here. We don't have that many turns left. So he can't move. Nothing happens. New turn. A new 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait a second. We had powers. If we wanted to, we could have used this for 2 yellow. All right, let's reconsider for a second here. We were here. We suffered a distress because we didn't do anything. If instead we could spend this to avoid getting a distress by popping out, we could have used this to move 1 and then used this to seal 2 cards and gain an hour. I don't think it's worth it. I think we should just pop out. Take the distress. I think we're not going to die from distress. All right, let's keep going. Okay, there's our hand. I wonder what's the best way to show you so you can follow along. All right, here's our hand of 4. What do we want to do? What's behind the curtain? That sounds like a nice way to get out of here. Or this lift. So we have enough to do this. 1, 2, 1, 2. We have enough to do both of these things, I think. So why don't we do both of them? So we're going to move for 1, and then we're going to spend 3 green, and we'll do this action. And then we'll be able to move and do this. Okay, there's our 3. What's behind the curtain? Reveal card A. Oh, look, we're going to learn about masks. Do you know who you are? Next time you check for the lift, add +10 to the script number. That seems like what we needed to do. Okay, do you know who you are? 313. We find a door hidden behind a curtain. Its hinges creak woefully as we open it. We peer inside and realize it's a dressing room. Probably in a theater, as there are many costumes and masks. Wait, masks? Find all cards 241S. You can find them in the secret cards in this huge mysterious deck, which you shouldn't peek at without instruction to do so. Do you have them? Surely all of them. Count, please. There should be 14 of them. All right. It's 241. 14 of them. $241S. Okay, 241S. Well, okay, should be 14 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Now each dreamer chooses 2 of these. Don't look at the rules on the mask for now. Pick the mask cards based only on their illustrations and names and which ones you are drawn to. So from these 14, we get to pick 2. So all we can see is the image and the word here. So we're going to pick 2 of these, Jonathan. I want you to pick them here. This guy is Wisdom. Let's zoom up here. Wisdom. All right, we're going to go through them, and then you're going to pick which 2 you want. Wisdom. False. Luck. Haste. Insider. Oh, that's creepy. Dark. Pain. Tough. Ghost. Hate. Chaos. Fear. Devotion. Calm. All right, Jonathan, what do you think? Maybe you pick one, I pick one, Jonathan. A mask of wisdom. False. That's weird. A mask of haste. If we're running out of time, that could be useful. Insider. That's weird. That's creepy. Darkness. If we want to maybe send the world into darkness. Pain. That's a weird one. Tough. Ghost is kind of cool. I guess Ghost and Wisdom appeal to me the most. Although this little snake mask kind of seems cool too. Maybe the snake mask is like a decoy that makes the enemies go after. Hate. I don't know what to make of that one. Chaos. Fear. Devotion is kind of cool. Calm is kind of cool. All right, let's see which one Jonathan wants. Jonathan wants Ghost. Okay, good. All right, so we're taking Ghost. All right, that was one of the ones I was considering. So what do you think about these? From these, which one do you prefer? Calm, Devotion, a snake, a false snake, or Wisdom? Is it Wisdom? I'm not sure if we really need Wisdom. We got our own Wisdom. I guess from these 4, these are the ones that appeal to me most. What do you think, Jonathan? Devotion or the snake? Devotion. Okay, so that's it. We've picked 2. We've chosen 2. All right, and then each dreamer should find the corresponding masks in the box. Now you may read the rules. These are your masks, and their abilities that they grant are now yours to use. Okay, so now we get the actual masks here. We now own 2 masks, Ghost Mask and the devotion mask. All right. Now, we're allowed to read these two masks and see what they actually do. And then we're going to pick one to be our active mask. Okay, here we go. Devotion. Your hand size limit is increased by 2. That's pretty great. That's pretty amazing. And the ghost. Once per turn, you can spend a blue gem to move through a wall or ignore a distress during the dreamscape phase. Well, I mean, being able to move through a wall seems like huge. It's not going to be always useful, but the ability to break the rules of the game, I mean, the devotion seems like it's going to be helpful on every turn. So the ghost is more particular scenario. It's going to be useful. Now, the way the game works is it says like at the start of a mission, you can swap them, or in different cases, you can swap them. So it wants us now to pick one of them. I think the one that's going to be immediately useful to us might be devotion. I think I'd rather take devotion for now, just because there's no walls that we look like we want to get through. I think we're almost done with this practice scenario anyway. Okay, so we're going to pick one. These are going to be our, these we always keep, but we're going to pick one. We're going to pick devotion. That's our active one. The other one goes into storage. We recommend you use this as a place to put your sealed cards. Okay, so I'm going to put my sealed card on top of my ghost here. Now, when the game says you can restore a mask, we can choose to swap masks. You still don't know who you are, but the mask helps a little. You at least can pretend you're someone else. And if you almost know who you are or who you pretend to be, maybe the lift will listen to you. The next time you perform the check the lift action, add 10 to the number of the script. It will be script 224 instead of 214. And so you don't forget, there's a reminder on the Do You Know Who You Are card. That's what we just saw. Okay. And then, I don't think it told us, but basically the game says that you've got these little stands for your active mask, so you just stick it right there. Okay. So we still have, I guess this is out here somewhere. Okay. We still have 2 cards left in our hand, which is enough to get into the lift. You can move this whole thing down a bit. All right, so we can use this to move and then use this to check the lift. I'm curious what would happen if we would have checked the lift without having discovered our masks, but probably just wouldn't let us go anywhere. So let's go ahead and do that. 214. This might be the end of this scenario. It looks like a simple lift. Inside, we notice there's writing on it. Max 6 people, load capacity 600 kilograms. Nearby, we notice a small inscription. Oh, but I wasn't supposed to read 214. I see, but okay, this is good. We've peeked at it. So, it won't move unless you truly know yourself. Well, we're not sure exactly who we are, but we're starting to remember some things, right? Maybe what we know is enough. However, apparently it isn't. We try everything we can think of to coax it into moving, but it's all for naught. The lift is mercilessly stone-faced and doesn't budge. Okay, so 224. 4 instead of 214. The lift starts begrudgingly. It screeches awfully, shoots sparks around, and wobbles as if it could fall at any moment. Somehow it miraculously maintains its upward trajectory and slowly ascends. We observe the lights of each passing floor until a ray of moonbeam finally sneaks through the slit in the door. We're back in the forest again. Trees sway with the wind, struggling to escape the forest they're in. It's cold, and the sun has long since retired for the day. The birds have stopped singing, and somewhere in the distance, beyond the hills hidden by the forest, we can see some lights and the glow of a city. We can smell the smoke billowing from the chimneys. Does it feel as if someone is leading you on a string? Someone or something? Reveal tile W, locate all dreamers to the spawn spaces on A1. Seems as if you've made it farther into the dark rift. What might you find inside? Hopefully you've escaped the creature once and for all. Reveal card B. It's an overlay card. To place it correctly, read 16. Okay, so it said reveal tile W, which is the last of our tiles. So we're popping up onto this tile. And it's got some text here. Can we read that? A little too small for my eyes to read. It goes in A1, which was to the left of our initial starting tile. The foe returns something with something. Equipment. Remembered something. Managed to climb the something. All right. Anyway, so we can look into the dark rift for 6. And there's nowhere else to go, but that's where we spawn. Okay, so we've come out of the lift to here. We can be on either of these two locations. Surely we want to be here next to this. And then it says go get B, which is an overlay. All right. We're almost done with this tutorial because there are no more cards. Okay, what is this overlay? If all dreamers are in range 1, you may enter the secret door. Huh. And this is going here. Okay. This guy's still trapped, but we could come back through the forest and just walk right in here and go to a secret door. This is here. Or we could look into the dark rift here. But we don't have that many turns left here. So we are now at the end of our turn. So this triggers, but this guy is just pacing around. He can't get into us. We only have 2 more turns. This is, we gotta get out of here. So I'll tell you, if I had to guess, what I'd guess is that this is gonna end the scenario. And that if we had enough time, we could try to get some secret stuff before we end the scenario. but I don't think we do have enough time. So I think we're going to have to come here and do this, and I'm guessing that's going to end the scenario. And that this would give us, but it's possible that this ends the scenario, and this is just going to waste time. Well, it doesn't matter. We're starting a new turn. We need to draw 4 cards. We're going to shuffle, which when we need to shuffle, we're going to take another distress. We've now got 4 of 8. Could we use the ladder now? If we drew it in our hand, we could use the ladder to pop up and pop back down, yes. Well, we also have these guys that we could use. This one lets us move up to 3 spaces. So we could use strategic plan to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and enter the secret door. We don't actually even have to be on this space. We could go 1, 2, 3, 4 and trigger this. But then we'd have to come back. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we've got a hand size of 6, but you still only draw 4. We have this turn and 1 more, and there's our ladder if we wanted it. Well, we've got some choices to make. It sort of depends how quick how close to the end of the thing we think we are. We only have this turn and 1 more. So I'm worried about us running out of time. If we use this to move 6 spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4, then we spend 3 green, we could open the secret door. But then we would be absolutely risking not being able to get back and do this. Alternatively, we could walk here for 1, and then we'd have walk there for 1, and then we'd have 2, 3, 4, 5 green to spend, which we'd probably be able to roll a dice and get 6, or we could just use one of these to get the 6. So we can absolutely do either of these two, but this would be the risky one to run for. What do you think, Jonathan? If we use the ladder, remember how the ladder works. We use, that's not the ladder. If we use the ladder, then we could, for 1 yellow, pop back down here. And then we'd still be able to use this to get back home. I mean, get back to here. For 3, but that would be, our ladder would be 2 green. We do that with 3. I think we could do both of these. All right, I think we can pull both of these off with the ladder. So you want to do the secret room first? Because I'm not sure that this is going to end our game, but I'm guessing it is. All right, let's do the secret room using the ladder because we can. All right, so I'm going to pay for 0. Oh, yes, it is dark here, so we are allowed to do the ladder. So we spend this for 0. Oh, this is our draw deck. We spend that for 0 to bring out the dark room and pop ourselves into it. And put our token on this tile. Then we're going to spend this to trigger the relocate action to pop us out right. Has to be in a dark room, so we have to pop out here. And then this goes away. Okay, now we're going to do the secret room for 3. We're going to spend these 3. Boy, this is risky. We could die before we get back, before we can trigger this. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to be able to walk there, and we're going to be able to generate 4. So we just need 2 more. I think we're going to be able to do it. Okay. Okay, there's the 3. We're going to read the secret room. Here we go. Let's hope we don't regret this. We entered the door on the box. A bright light engulfs us, and then the woods, the creature, the underground chamber, the game, everything disappears. We leave it all somewhere far behind. We're in a rift filled with nothing but light. We crawl out. We're no longer in the forest. It dissolves into the past like a dream after awakening. We're in a city now, but can we wake up inside a dream? If we're awake, we shouldn't be dreaming, but our surroundings suggest otherwise. This city is unlike any we know. Houses scrape a sky full of bulky airships. The moon is too large or too close, and a huge mechanical construction connects it to the ground. Neon lamps buzz and sparkle, inviting us to step inside a colorful shops. Someone approaches, a mixture of human and rat. Ah, never mind. For a brief moment, I thought you didn't have a face. You have one, right? Such a silly idea, sorry, the creature says and shakes a bottle in its hand. Have a wonderful night, person with a face. Each dreamer cures 2 distress and unseals 2 cards. Remember that to unseal cards, you take them from the top of your seal pile and place them into your discard. So note that these things don't all reset after every game. So we are healing 2 distress, but we still have 2 that are going to linger with us. We get to unseal 2 cards. We only sealed 1. We stand in this gigantic, mysterious city, dumbfounded, and then a memory forms at the edge of our minds. Find all cards 241L. Set aside, You know what I think we should do? I think we should, since we've been playing for an hour and 15, I think we need to take a break and come back and then read this and discuss it. So we're going to take an 8-minute break here. We'll come back and then we'll do this little end of story stuff, which is going to give us some more information and set us up for the next game. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, 7 viewers remaining. We've been playing for almost 4 hours here on this first tutorial mission. I think it was pretty slow up until the last maybe third of the game when it got kind of cool. All right, let's continue reading the instructions here. Okay, we're in a city. This crazy little rat creature comes up to us. We unsealed some cards. We healed some distress. Then it says, we stand in this gigantic, mysterious city dumbfounded. And then a memory forms at the edge of our minds. Find all cards 241L, and we gain our first memory card. Okay, 241L. All right, let's look at this. Here's 241L. There's 4 cards, 1 for each character. So that's us here. So we don't get these others. We just get this one. It's a note card. It says, first memories. Resolve this note card resolve this when you've met the conditions. And there is us with some dream god behind us. We're wearing half of a jacket. Oh, that's what we're wearing here too. Okay. It says, if you have 4 things here, if you have 4 progress cards placed, resolve 294. It's a little bit like a vantage thing. Like, this is our personal goal. And this symbol is just saying if we have 4 green progress cards that we've built during the course of a game, we read our special paragraph, which is going to be a little flashback memory. So this stays with us. Okay, love it. Continuing on. You give each dreamer their goal. When it's completed, reveals a little bit more about their lost memories. They're placed in storage. Okay. Leftover who are not in play are placed in the storage. If they join the game, they gain their memory card. Okay, fine. Now it's time to change the game slightly. Don't forget to resolve all of the following steps. There are many of them because in addition to rewarding you, they will add many basic elements to the game. So Jonathan was saying, I think Jonathan is saying maybe we shouldn't do this now, rather than maybe we'll do it when we finish. Let's just skim it and see what kind of thing it's telling us to do. Set aside card D, tells S and T. Discard the current dreamscape. Take all the cards from the dream. It's removed. If there are items you didn't find, and did you check the 4 boards? Add them to the item market. Find these tiles. 2 of them have starting, slumber. So this is a slumber we can go to. Find tiles. I guess if we're not going to do this now, we should write down 133 so we know where to pick up. This is all setting us up for the next game. So it's telling us to get these new tiles, to prepare an item market, to get out these initial slumber deck. Okay, then it says find these tiles. These are the slumber tiles. Where to start our search. Fragments of our previous training break through the barrier of oblivion. We knew we'd be in this situation. Now we have to choose which path to take. We have 2 options. Start an investigation to find someone who can know what's going on, or look inside ourselves and maybe we have the answers. All right, so we really are trying to uncover our past. So it's just setting us up for the next game. Gain Dreamgate tiles. They allow you to enter unique dreams if you travel to their locations on the Dream World map and spend keys. Okay, so it's opening up like new scenarios. And now it says gain card D. This is the Dream World Map Wisdom card. Place it in the Wisdom card holder. So that was this card that came out with that quest that we didn't look at. And it just tells us how to deal with the dream world. Okay. So that dream map, we don't have access yet. That's the overworld map. Okay, or if you're playing with 2, it's this, which is what we have. We have version 2, which streamlines things a little bit. Then we gain these tiles, which we set aside, which are our dream world map tiles. I don't remember us setting aside these earlier. Maybe we skipped that step because of the app. Okay, so anyway, they come out. They'll go out here. Then we reset. We get 3 ether. We get some more note cards. Then we make a seasons deck. I mean, this is a big, long, intricate thing. It feels like we should do this next session, don't you think? So you get all this stuff. You get these card holders, which are these plastic things, which allow us to organize our stuff. So I think Jonathan's intuition was right. We should do all this at the start of our next game. And then to begin the campaign, we resolve the awakening step on the card, which is the wisdom card. And then we enter a new dream world map where we can decide what dream to do. And I've written down that 133 is where we continue. Okay. All right. So, and I believe, like, all this has to stay exactly as it is. Like, these cards stay, these distress stay. It really is a campaign that continues from where we left out. The only thing that's going to get reset are this dream stuff. Okay, before we talk about the experience a little bit, Jonathan, we were talking about whether we should read what this is. Like, we could have gone here. Instead, we went here and read this. That ended the game. And the question is, should we peek at this? I think that I'm going to have us not do that. I think because it's a campaign rather than a one-off game, it's better for our incentives and for the totality of caring about the story if we don't allow ourselves to look behind the curtain at alternate paths. Let's just go on the path we're experiencing. And if you want to keep a note of stuff you want to read when we finish the campaign, that's fine. But for now, we're not going to allow ourselves to read stuff that we didn't choose. Okay, let's talk briefly about this experience here. I mean, it's 4 a.m., so we're going to make this brief. But I will say that the mechanics of actual play, I could take or leave. But I do think that things got quite interesting at the tail end of that tutorial. And I have to say, I think the things that made Jonathan interested in this game, this setting, you can see why. Like, to me, this is a much more intriguing setting than a fantasy setting, where you've got orcs and elves battling trolls and stuff, and a more realistic world. This is a much more interesting, surrealistic world where the rules are not quite clear, and we've got these weird, creepy, scary things. We've already gotten some real ability upgrades, which is very cool. I think this whole mask stuff about, like, identities, like, the story thematic part is very cool, And then the abilities, the fact that we got these two very cool, out of like 15 different abilities, we got two very cool ones that are like game breaking. Hand size limit by 2, that's huge. The ghost lets you walk through walls, which seems like it could break the game. And the art, like, it's very evocative. It has sucked me in and made me curious now. And this whole story about like we're trying to get our memories, we don't know why we're here, what we're doing. Pretty cool. And then we've created this magical thing, like we went into this dark room and then teleported back down. Pretty cool. Magical elevator. I am appreciating this world. I am appreciating this world. I like that we didn't have to do too much fighting with this guy. I mean, he seemed very dangerous, but we just penned him off in a barrier and he didn't bother us for the rest of the game. I like that idea. The human shapeshifter. We've got a whole box of more creatures to come out. What did you think, Jonathan? We might be in a board game in a dream. Uh-huh. I like that we're in a campaign where we're going to be discovering our backstory. I mean, I'm genuinely curious how this story is going to end. I very much appreciate that the text is easy to search in this app. Boy, does that make a difference rather than having to flip through that big book and try to keep stuff only on screen. I wish I had a slightly better way to zoom in on the map for us. But short of a third camera, I don't really have a better way to do it. You should let me know if you can think of ideas for ways that I can use cameras better for us. I could, if we don't care so much about the hand of cards, I could move this map down and have this map in the close-up sharp camera. That might be the way to go. That might be the way to go. Let me just see what that would be like. If I move this here and move this here, then I could kind of do the sharp map that way. I'm not sure. Well, what do you think, Jonathan? I'm enjoying this setting, looking forward to less hand-holding, curious to see escape room puzzle elements. All right, well, we'll be playing at least one more session. No guarantees beyond that, but I am intrigued. I do feel like I've got the itch to find out what the story is. And this was just the Training Wheels game. The real game has much more going on, including an overworld. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll have to decide when we're going to play the next session. We don't have a regular schedule. We may just be playing it little pickup games when we can. Jonathan, thanks for the suggestion to play it. Let me know if you're watching this what you think. If you've played Etherfields to completion, let us know if we should stick with it. Let us know what we did wrong. I'm sure we did something wrong. I'll see the rest of you next time.